Okay, let's try that. Alright, good enough. Ben Lamb, welcome aboard. Green Hell, welcome aboard as well. Good morning, good, technically afternoon over here. Once upon a time, I had a wire brush. Shinryu X. Hey yourself. Good morning, J-Ro. And it's Gar. Oh, hi, yourself. Tim Haven, thank you for existing. Your work is beautiful. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate existing as well, and I'm glad that it brings joy to others. I know plenty of people whose existence doesn't bring joy to others, so I'm glad to be on the opposite side of that. Ed Scar, very anti-Nathan mod on the way. Cut a shell into bits and glued it together, and now it looks ugly. I assume that that there's a greater plan in mind, and you're not just doing it out of spite. In which case, I'm sure it's got something interesting behind it as far as motivation, as far as why you're doing it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the heck you're coming up with. It's mechanically a good idea, aesthetically not so much. Should publish it this week, I hope. Looking forward to it. Perhaps, I mean, I know it's not your forte, but I imagine if you're hacking something up for the mechanism or whatever, then I assume it's justifiable that you'd be able to come back behind afterwards and make it look cool after the fact. I don't know. It depends on how crazy you're going with it. So, yes, definitely looking forward to it. Did I see the Lawbringer integration that the Kayakasaurus posted? Yes, I've been watching him work on that on Instagram, and it is super cool. Would have been nice to see something a little more substantial used in the actual integration part of things, just because I don't trust putty, and so I'm always super nervous about that. But man, the thing itself, just as far as the way that the little hand grip guard thing hooks around in the shape of the dart tag thing up front, just man, that looks good. And using the Firefly kind of shroud thing over the top, over the Lawbringer, I never actually sized that up until I saw that to notice that because the Firefly's what 8 shots, but they're kind of spaced a little bit more, and so the cylinder itself's big for only being 8, whereas Lawbringers are 12 around, and still kind of fits under that same shroud area. Which man that looks good. Man, that thing looks so good. I would love to see him try to sell that, and then love to see myself have money to afford that. Because yeah, that thing is just yeah. I could easily build one of those. I mean, I could not easily build one, but I could easily see myself building one of those. Which I generally don't like building things that other people have already built because it's already been done. But man, that thing is just really cool. Is this going to be 2-stage? Who knows? I honestly, the point of this project so far is to just integrate some things and do basic. Like I said, it's supposed to. Well, it was supposed to be just a rather simple, clean integration of put this stock on the modulus and maybe do a few other little doodad kind of things. Just kind of a simple do it, go through the motions, and then send it off to somebody else. But upon looking at it, I wasn't pleased enough with how it was turning out. I needed to add a little more barrel. I like the idea of having the barrel extension. The rail was starting to throw me off. I wanted to remove the little hook handle guard or handle carry handle on top anyway. Upon putting the front up, adding the front, then I wanted to get rid of this little thing. So it's definitely project creep like crazy. What was supposed to be a rather simple, quick project is quickly turning into a not so quick and simple project. So yeah, by the end of this project, it might turn into a dual stage solenoid fired. Who knows what? Like I said, the idea originally was to just build something simple, do the body work, and then sell it to somebody who wanted to put internals and paint and everything else on it. So, like I said, project creep in a big way. But I reckon they all are to a certain extent. Where do I buy my epoxy putty? I don't buy epoxy putty. If I can help it. I buy DevCon plastic welder. I get mine at Ace. In fact, that's about the only place I've been able to find it locally is Ace Hardware, and there's someplace else that I don't think carries it anymore. Some places will carry the DevCon brand of different epoxies and stuff like that, but so far Ace Hardware is the only place I've found locally in the valley that'll carry the plastic welder, the actual methyl methacrylate. Matt Becker should collaborate on a blaster. That would be fun, actually, but it'd be kind of hard because we both are able to do a lot of similar things. Whereas, like, I want to do a collaboration on a blaster where, like, I'll do the body work and then send it off to somebody else to put some kind of wicked internals and select fire and stuff in it, and then send that off to somebody else to do some kind of crazy over the top paint job, and kind of do kind of a community build where I petition or reach out to different people who specialize in their field. Like, I might want to build something that's has a certain form factor, but then send it to somebody like um, Bradley Phillips or Cartier or something like that do super crazy Springer performance stuff, and they'll then ship it off to like Foam Data Services for some kind of crazy paint or something like that. I think it would be cool to have as kind of a over the mantle piece, like this is the best of the people I know, and you know, like this is something that was built by all of my friends as a like a joint project kind of thing, kind of a meeting of the minds, or all these different talents in one piece kind of thing. But I, I don't know. It would have to be kind of a special, particular project, and I don't think I have any of those right now that I would do that with. But I do want to do that eventually. Who's collaborating with who? Oh, gotcha. That's Scar. Huh. Dan the Man, happy Tuesday to you as well. Okay. Am I missing a thing? All the screws are out. Why don't we want to just leap apart? There we go. Okay, so this was the one that had the. Let's see, how this work. These are the two ion fires that I picked up yesterday. This is kind of I'm cleaning up from the lot of stuff. One of them didn't have a dart tooth, which I believe is that one. This one has a dart tooth, but it wouldn't like catch, like when you something just jumped and disappeared. So, okay, I'm not sure where that went, and I'm not sure if that was actually a piece that disappeared, or if that was just a piece of scrap from the table. Huh. Okay, well, I guess we're doing the lock removal on this one now. So, yeah, one was missing the little dart tooth thing here that picks up so you can close it, but it wouldn't, when you'd close it, it would come back and not actually latch in place or whatever. So, just try and make two out of the one, so one's functional and the other can go in the parts bin. But I've never had one of these apart, so who knows what's going to happen now. See, that guy looks like he's supposed to go around that peg. That looks like he's supposed to go around that peg. But looks like it should be springing up, but it's not, because I reckon because he's supposed to come around all the way. Seems like that's asking him awful lot. That's quite obviously supposed to hook around that. And does that spin all the way around? That seems like that's a lot of tension. Which also might explain why the thing flipped off so easy. Never brassed one of these things, but this, actually, these both might become candidates. Actually, I take that back. I think we already talked about the idea of using one of these for integration bits, so I think I'll just, yeah, try to fix one to where it's working nice enough, and then the other's just going to get parted out, harvested, as it were. Yeah, that just seems like a lot of tension on this guy here. Yeah, I got my doubts about that one. I think I kind of goofed up that spring. He seems very unhappy. So you hook that guy there. That guy loops around there. That spring sits there. And yeah, this thing's supposed to magically pop up. Huh. Nope. Yep, that's not going to happen. Okay, so use that. Okay, you do something, but you're for that lock there. So, guess what? You're just going to go away too. Because I don't know who's missing. I don't know who I need to look for. So we're just going to eliminate everybody who doesn't seem essential. And that guy, who knows what he does as well. Unless... Oh, maybe he's supposed to... Hang on a second. It was like that, and he locks in place until that guy comes along and releases it. And then something happens. Okay, so where does that guy fit in then? So I can stretch him back out where he's supposed to be. Probably not. Like I've said before, I don't do a whole lot of Springer mods, especially I don't think I've ever worked on one of these besides, as far as this style. I built a spamp, but that was a matter of opening it up, all the springs and everything jumps out, and you replace everything. So that's the extent of my experience thus far. So, yeah, he should be springing back more, I think, because he's supposed to... Yep. One surefire fix for this thing. Eliminate all that garbage. Everybody wins. Okay, so today may not be as nearly as productive on this front as was originally hoped for. So, hey. Just for the heck of it, since we're right here, we'll open up this one at the same time and we'll just compare notes. And like I said, whatever one gets pieced back together, cool. The other one just pieces get thrown in the parts bin. Okay, the sticky front seems to be an ion fire thing altogether, not just that one. Okay, now I just don't know who to believe, because one of them, the little dirt tooth thing, was totally not working, but yet they both seem to be present. Maybe that's a problem with that one. Maybe that was the one, and it was just a matter of things being bent, and it was actually bent before I got to it or something. I don't know. So we'll put that dude right there for a minute. Ah, goes in there. Was there a spring? Yes, there was. Okay. Let's cleverly turn this upside down, and only the thing we want to come out is going to come out. Yeah, all right. You big jerk. So everybody seems to be in place. So why was he not working? Who's there? Okay, it's going to magically work. Okay, now we put a thing in it. Except not, because the dark tooth doesn't pop up. Okay, so this is the one that had the issue. Oh, that was that guy. I would swear there's one of those in this other pile here. I reckon he wasn't super duper important, because he is totally gone amongst all the very, very small pieces of orange plastic down here. You know, like those toxic people in your life where you know, once you've parted ways, you kind of forget they exist, and then you realize how not important they actually were. That's kind of what that piece was, I'm going to pretend, okay? Because, yeah. Still more. Okay. I'll try putting this together one more time before we throw it against the wall. So, yeah, he's supposed to... Okay, just because we're totally cool and collected people, we're going to try just clocking this spring around one more time. On account that I don't know how it actually went together in the first place, so this is kind of one of those choose-your-own-adventure scenarios. Ha! Actually, I'm dumb. Okay, yes. Somebody can, you know, pull that audio out and quote me later. Perhaps it wasn't supposed to be pulling on this thing that looked like it should be getting pulled on. It just wrapped around right there. And this is actually a heck of a lot simpler than I was making it out to be. Which actually makes a lot more sense. Instead of having a spring rest kind of thing, also having to do double duty with this little catch thing. So we'll just be a little more logical about it and say that goes like that. Oh, flip. There it is. Okay. Now let's try this again. Okay, I seem to have managed to do something bad while this is apart. You. Curse you. Ouch. Darn you. Okay, now we have a spring under tension. Which means something else is going to let go now. We've learned a few things about this thing on the front that we've been fighting that I feel just came loose. Yep. Okay, so what's going on back here? Okay, that's actually catched. Was it you? Again. Okay, fingers. Everybody. Okay, you should be springing out like crazy right now. There we go. Okay. The world doesn't exactly make sense yet, but at least everybody's just kind of chilling again. Okay, that dude's there. Ah, must have been that dude was important or something. Maybe we'll take another look right here on the ground, within range, before I think I heard things land. Hey! All right. Found that guy, and yes, this is the other little spring. Okay, so we're going to put this together one more time. Actually, I don't think that's the right little spring. But it's going to be close, and it's going to have to be good enough. Okay, we got this guy here, which is going to be a piece of cake to put back together because we know how it works now. All right, come together. Smells like foam. Trip Miller, good morning or afternoon, wherever it is for you. Ah, thank you very much, Ed, for your moderation skills, being quick on the trigger. Ha. Land sakes. Okay, you just hang out over there for a minute. Okay, I think we're getting close. I think we're right on the threshold of fixing this thing and then moving on to something more interesting. Okay, that dopey guy doing his springy thing. Cool. That dude in there doing his thing. Okay, that guy fits there. Put this guy. Please could I mod a barricade stuck on my mod. I have a barricade on the horizon, but I would say the likelihood of it hitting the bench is probably a matter of months at this point, unless I get some kind of wild hair, which has happened many a times, like last week or whenever it was this project started. Okay, we get a dark tooth. What the heck? You're supposed to be... Why aren't you springing up? Okay. And why doesn't it come back? Why don't you come back? Yes. Yeah, you guys are getting that taken care of. Yeah, 001 Tech on Etsy. Yeah, it has a bunch of stuff. In fact, I was just, I need to order his takedown pump grip for my takedown that I just got, because the takedown's pump grip sucks. And the one that 01 Tech just posted looks grand. And so, yeah, he's got a bunch of barricade parts and things. Grab my hooker. Okay, try this one more time. Something else seems to be amiss here. So, I reckon what the easiest fix for all this is... Remember what we talked about yesterday about the integration potential on these shells? Suddenly, I'm feeling a bunch of potential. See, And this just goes to show you can't always fix people. Sometimes you just have to eliminate them entirely. All right. Yeah, it's a good place for all that. Okay, well. Like I mentioned when I was sorting through things yesterday, I've never had an eye on fire. Didn't know much about them. I reckon I wasn't missing anything. So, real quick, I have this Guardian crossbow. Oh, okay, there we go. Has a rotation issue. So we're going to open it up real quick. This is not just a fixing stuff stream. This is a, what do they call, house cleaning, whatever. Taking care of a few things before moving on to the bigger project. If I can either fix this thing or establish that it is junk and relegate it to the scrap yard, then we can move on to cool things. But I need to get rid of this first. And hopefully we'll have an answer quickly. Actually, yeah, this is a separate piece. I don't know if I have to take. Haven't really taken apart too many Rebel blasters. I'm not sure if I need to take apart the grip area as well, or if, like some of the rival blasters, you can just take the exterior shell off and leave the whole grip thing intact. We'll try that, unless somebody has an answer really quick. Alice, good morning. Good afternoon, actually, for you. Technically afternoon. Oh, it's after 1 o'clock already. Yes. Guess not wanting to just jump apart, so we'll take it all the rest of the way. And how are you on this fine day, Alice? Oh, I see. That'll do it. Ha! Okay. You can separate that individually. Good to know, good to know, good to know. And I will just zip this back together real quick. Just to minimize the chances of things jumping and falling apart. Thoughts on the integration and minimization potential of the shell strike? I'd like to play with one, because I think it would be kind of cool. I'm kind of bummed out about the incompatibility of the shells, since I already have a mess of the Sledgefire shells. So I hate to invest in a new ecosystem. Although Walcomb's review of the trilogy, yeah, this morning has made me rethink. Since I've been kind of avoiding that blaster because it's prohibitively expensive at the moment. But yeah, it kind of got me thinking, crap, maybe I need to buy one of those, in which case buying the shell strike would be easier, But I do like what he did with the underbarreling thing, where when you hit the shell eject button, it just dumps it on the floor. Although I wish there was some way to have it to where you push it in and there's some kind of retention of some sort, kind of like the Sledgefire had. That would be super nice. And I'm sure somebody in the community is working on that. So who is responsible for rotation here? Okay, you seem to be pretty happy. Oh, got a print. The thing will be shipping through a few days and heading out to the stores. Okay, so the rotation seems to be working. Oops. Okay, well, that there should have been more past tense there, since it was working. And I apparently made it not work anymore. So. Okay, so if we push this guy back. Okay, well, I don't know what the heck's going on, but it seems to be wanting to rotate. Not sure why it was not wanting to rotate when it's all together. So I'll sneak this back together. Yeah, heck, we'll and yeah, just in case this actually does work and we can just screw it back together, we'll slip this in as well. So I have high hopes that it's just going to magically work and it'll be great. I can throw it in the loaner bin. We can move on to cool things. Crashbox Reborn, good morning, afternoon. Okay, well, I'm about done with this nonsense. I'm not sure what his problem is. Everything seems to be operational, seems to be working the way it's supposed to, but it doesn't want to work anyway. So if it is just being defiant, for the sake of being defiant, then there's no help in that. Alright. Quite a haul yesterday. Halo rifle is sweet. Would you put it in, Raven or Strife? Crashbox. Is this Chris? Am I talking to Chris? Crashbox? Okay. Fix fire. Like barricade. Nice. Ah. Thank you for the compliment, Alice. Considering I am wearing pants. Okay, so now we've got the less than cool things out of the way. Let's do something a little more passionate and productive. Yes, Alice, naturally that was meant with love. Okay. Keep your leg prisons. Whatever. Are you just a bit jealous of my plaid? Is that what's going on, Alice? Okay. So, this For those of you who suffered through the stream yesterday, which was extraordinarily boring and uninspiring, one good thing did come out of it, besides a big mess in the garage here, which is more or less cleaned up, kind of. But this is the secret shot, secret strike. Had little barrel things, whatever. But the idea of using the cool kind of, this side looks cooler, these kind of vent scoop things as motor covers. So for the heck of it, let's not sure I can get this thing apart. You know what? This part came a little bit loose, so I'm going to put some hot glue on here just to help secure it a little bit before we go opening things up. In fact, I'm going to remove the little glue that is here. Should do a Centurion barricade. I do have a barricade project in mind, but it doesn't involve a Centurion. I'm thinking a little differently than that. I reckon if I'm going to hot glue anything, I should probably plug in the hot glue gun. Otherwise, we'll be waiting quite a while. Well, Alice, I can certainly understand your position there, but you know, you have to go out in public sometime. Build one barricade with a barricade attached to each barrel, so you get 10 shots in line barricade, and then rotate to the next. Or you just need a barricade magazine, a blaster that like just cycles through barricades. What do I use to cut shells normally? Normally, I use my Dremel. I've got this nice little metal diamond cutting wheel that I use. Otherwise, I've got a razor saw, a super fine one that's actually so fine it's almost dull, and then a more aggressive one if I don't care about, if I'm just roughing things out. The fine one is nice for working and cutting, you know, moving a very little material, whereas this one just kind of hacks and kind of chews holes like an alligator. I can see Mr. Nathan taking an interest in wearing a kilt. I doubt that would happen, me taking interest in a kilt. I am not quite so fond of drafts as other people in this chat are. Tactical kilts are a thing. Yes, yes. In fact, was it Foam Brewer was wearing one at Ragfest, and I've seen some of the, obviously some of our Scottish friends, and it's like I understand that part of things kind of making sense, but as far as like, hey, dude, I'm just gonna go hang out in my kilt. It's like, okay, just go right out and do that. I'll be here. You know, that's whatever. None of my business. The hard part about hot glue is you have to plug in the gun, wait for it to get warm, then you gotta once you apply it, then you gotta wait for it to cool off. It's like it'd be cool if there's a thing that you could just like blah, and now it's held together. Now you can go about your merry way and get keep busy. Used to have some of that canned air, the keyboard duster stuff, whatever it is. You could turn upside down and it you know shoots ice and slush all over things and cools it off quick. But yeah, it doesn't last very long, especially when you're working on a whole lot of projects like this. I was going through like a can a week there for a while, and it's like, it's just not financially expedient. Okay, so okay, this lower jaw mounted pretty solid. The top one is so finicky and flimsy that it's going to involve a whole lot of structural work. In fact, I'm probably going to have to retie the front end here, find some kind of clever way. So it was just kind of a straight up thing mounted here. I'm thinking about maybe taking this line and following this just to give it some structure. Otherwise, if you bump it on anything, it's going to bust that top jaw off, and it's going to be a nightmare to try to reinforce it everywhere to where it's not going to be a constant paranoia, don't break the thing issue. Got one. Okay. For a second, couldn't remember why we were so excited to take the thing apart. Yep, just like that. That's already came loose. So, okay. So this is what I actually wanted to look at. So the center, I'm not familiar enough with these to know exactly where all the components are located. So if we're looking at motor cover potential here, so if we want to use this actually as a motor cover itself, let's see, not super practical and actually not a functional motor cover. Okay, so that's out. Because it's not really tall enough to actually cover both end bells. So not going to be running 180s, which is okay because I'm not a hardcore 180 guy and I like having a nice smooth sides on the blasters. But will still look cool as an addition, I think. Next question is how, because I know there's like this bulge here where the Modulus logo is, which I assume is for a motor clearance, but I've never noticed, there again, never paid attention, that there's a bump on the below the rail on this thing. There we go. That's apparently clearance for the other motor. So, how badly do we need that clearance? And can we shave any of it off? Because I don't care if I have to, I mean, I'm going to be filling in the Modulus logo thing anyway, but what other kinds of modifications need to be done in order to make this thing blend in and look cool? Probably going to shave this part off and maybe tie it into something else or whatever. Because I'm just mainly focused on this kind of cool cosmetic detail here. Just I think that'd be super neat looking, and it would also fill in the empty space where the tack rail used to be, but I'm getting away from the tack rail. Oh. Used it to cover one motor, then had something smaller underneath to cover the motor, second lower motor. Huh. That's valid. So, hang on a second. Let's see exactly how necessary that is. And that is actually I'm going to take this off so he's not swinging around in the breeze. Actually, we don't need that much of a bump. So we could actually sacrifice a little bit of it if we needed to. But I'll just swing this over. Like Alice was saying, well, we really don't even need to care where the motors fit so much since we don't care. So we could even almost, so we got kind of this angle here. I used to have a straight edge, but it's probably buried somewhere. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Just going to say, instead of, so we got this line right here. So we could almost take, instead of using like this kind of curved top point, we trimmed that off and tied it in right here. Actually, that makes it pretty good. That'd give us we could trim this kind of ramp area off here. This guy here, it would be below the top motor, but it'd help cover or at least tie into the motor cover here, which would kind of help blend into this box anyway. So you'd have this like that. In fact, we could even, instead of using this where it curves off here, we could even have it end normally the way this does. Cut this part out here and have this whole section boxed off. Like, see that? Okay, just looking at this, this bump used to stand up behind the rail, and so we could almost shave it down, because it's still, if you run a straight edge across here, This this area still stands up just a little bit, but if we shaved it down and kind of filled in the whole area and tied this into this bump, and had it all like that, that could be potentially neat. You know what? We're gonna play with this a little bit. A chop jaw flopping. Yeah, it's yeah. Let's go to the top. Let the lower motor hang out with the all sparkling like. Yes, Ed, you would do that. Be tempting to run a carbon fiber spar down the top jaw since it seems like there's not much glue surface. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm thinking about adding a support as well, just right in where this thing is, just to support that. Because I think even if I ran some kind of extra support through it and bonded it in, I think I'd always be paranoid of bumping that. Whether I'm using the thing ducking up out of cover and just clipping the barrel on around cover or something like that, breaking it off. And so I'm probably going to add something up front as well as support the crap out of the back as well, just as a precaution. Cut 50% of a Centurion off for an integration. Should do the front. It's not very long, but it looks nice. Ta-da! I'm not sure what you're asking there. Back to work. Have fun, everyone. Thank you very much for stopping by. Crashbox. Glue two barricades to it. Now, with 99 designs on Thingiverse over the course of 11 months. Well, you've been a busy son of a gun. The carbon fiber would probably do the trick, and then you'd have that sweet floating top jaw thing, which you'd probably lose with a support. It's kind of what I'm afraid of. I'm not. I mean, I understand the concept of carbon fiber and stuff. I've just never worked with it. I know it's super duper stout and everything, but I'm just not familiar enough with how to work with it that I don't think I would be confident in relying on it. If you are more familiar with it and would love to share some of your information, then I would love to chat with you as much as usual, but especially for this occasion. To think up something, don't know the things. Not sure how I do it. Anniversary. Ah. Support. Okay, Alice. Like I said, I've not dealt with carbon fiber enough. I know you can use it with polyester resin. You can use it to work with it like fiberglass if you use like the mat and stuff like that. But as far as like you know, rod or whatever, do you? I mean, is it something I could use DevCon? Because I'm concerned about the actual bonding of the material. I'm not sure how what it bonds with or what it bonds to well. So I was going to say I could use, you know, steel bar or aluminum or whatever, but my concern would be mostly in not necessarily the strength of the material itself, but the strength of the bond of the material to the substrate blaster shell. So if it bonds like crazy to things, like I said, if I could use DevCon or whatever and bond that in there and smooth it in real nice, then then I'll definitely consider that because I would like to have the floating job, but I don't want to lose my structural integrity. The outer surface is basically just plastic. On this purpose, you could stand on it with a wooden care. Use super glue and it supported my weight on a lever. Okay, interesting. Yeah, like I said, I'm not concerned about the durability and structural integrity of carbon fiber itself. It's the bond of the material. So where can you buy that in small amounts? Is something like that, like some of that? I know in our years and years and years and years and years and years and years ago, meaning like gads 15 years ago, whatever it was, there's a hobby store that was closing locally, and they had carbon fiber and little strips and rods and stuff like that for model gliders and stuff for adding rigidity to wings and stuff like that. But that place went out, like I said, a decade and a half ago, and I don't think there's another place in the valley anymore that caters to that market. So is there anything else? Is that more of a general hobby store kind of thing? You know, specialized hobby store? I mean, you can't go to Hobby Lobby and grab it, I assume. Did manage to snap the carbon fiber glue joints perfectly? Most hobby stores geared towards model airplanes. Okay, yeah, they use carbon fiber. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so I didn't know if there's other applications for that because I never really paid much attention because I was like, carbon fiber, that's supposed to be cool stuff. This was like back when carbon fiber was like not super duper mainstream yet. I mean, it was, but it wasn't like in your daily jargon or whatever. Journal Hobby Shop should do it. Okay. Well, I'll have to use my 40% off a single item coupon next time I go to Hobby Lobby. I assume they're still doing that where they have that like promotion running like all the time. Okay. Well, I think I got to chatting and cut off too much material, but that's nothing new. Now we're close. Okay. Okay, so we're going to trim just the top of this off just a little bit so it tucks up in there nice. Although I hate to lose this line right here. Let me just trim the top of this off. Gotta go, ta-da. Thank you very much for stopping by. Ryan, welcome aboard. Starting to look like something. Yes, I hope it's something good. I had glasses when the stream started, but I moved them. So if anybody's been here since the beginning of the stream when I moved my glasses and knows where I moved my glasses to, because there's a chance I'm totally blind, even though they're just safety glasses. Oops. There we go. Just going to take a quick Dremel break and just kind of trim the top of this a little bit, so headphone users, etc. Where's my little tool thing? I saw it earlier, and I didn't want to get lost, and so I swore I put it somewhere where I would. Oh, there it is. It's just buried. What am I drinking? It is just water with some of that, like, flavored water mix stuff. Since they apparently opened up another well out here, now our water doesn't taste good anymore. You guys had questionable drinking, or had good drinkable water. Water we bathe in is questionable. At least it's not as bad as Mississippi water. Growing up, our little town was known for having the best tasting water in the state. Just right out of the ground. Man, it was good stuff. The kind of water you drank just because it tasted good. But growth has exploded out here so much over the last, 20 years. That, 20 to 30, whatever it was. And, yeah, you can tell whenever they start drilling a new subdivision, because the water just gets nasty for a while. It takes a couple of weeks for it to kind of settle down, and then it's just kind of, you drink it because you're thirsty or because it's wet or whatever. And yeah, it's kind of sucks, but poor Dremel, sad Dremel noises. Actually, that's just the Dremel on the lowest possible setting, so it's not just screaming because full power Dremel noises aren't really nice for people who are listening. So trying to run on the lowest possible setting, so at least we can just kind of cruise through without destroying everybody's ears. Looking possible. Haven't officially announced it, but I'll be going for Maker Central, and Foam Fest is a few weeks earlier, so as long as I can figure out accommodations. Dang, lucky. Well, good deal, Alice. That would be awesome if you're able to do Foam Fest. That would be super neat. Definitely my next Nerf bucket list is Foam Fest. So if you do go, please take lots of pictures and make lots of notes. We've had a few hand pump wells out on the state land we've locals. Yeah. What stock am I planning to add? That one. Just moved it out of the way for a little bit. Okay, what I'm seeing here is got this slopey deal. Well, let's start off here. We've got this line here where this is raised the teeniest little bit, which makes this. So right now I'm on flat on this surface here, so I really can't shave that down anymore. And so I need to kind of cut this down a little bit in order to make it fit nice. Part of me's thinking, like I said, because I've got this kind of, this comes down to a point, whereas this is a little bit boxier. So I'm thinking about following this line here where we've been looking, but then cutting this instead of having kind of a sharp, not quite a 90 but almost angle here, to match more of this and bevel it back from, take this line from here and kind of shave this part down to match. And hopefully it won't look too weird having a rather large flat section and then having the scoop vents run below. Hopefully. Ah, bummer. Okay, so this raised section isn't just thicker material, it actually does step down, or step up. That actually is lower right here. So, have to be a bit careful, and actually we might end up just cutting that entirely, and then just trying to butt it up real nice and blend it in so it doesn't look odd. Hopefully. And yeah. Okay, for those of you who can't see me scratching a line on a white blaster, we have a line right about here. There. Now you can see my scratch a little better. So we're going to just kind of make a cut here, more or less, because we're basically grinding down, but we're grinding a small amount. We only need to go about that wide at the moment, so just going to trim that back and try to get through the thickness of this raised portion, which probably doesn't make sense because it's darn far away that you can't really tell what's going on anyway. But it's going to feel good, so just hang on. Oh yeah, Alice, you know it. I'm going to pull that line back just a little bit further. plugs in nicely. We're about to get ourselves in trouble, I'm afraid. But I think we can still pull it out of the fire. Basically, yes. You guys are just having a nice, cheery little conversation, and you're all behaving yourselves so darn well. So why should I throw that off for you? But okay, because I've been paying attention so much with the relationship of this piece to the top and trying to make that blend in, and figured we can just tie this in however we need to. However, I neglected to realize, see, let's see if it can show up on stream, that the body of this piece tapers from this level here, and then rounds down this way. So you can see where we're basically going to be trimming off most of this bump, which I think is going to run us into trouble where that motor is going to be. So where's the plug this dude in here and look and say, oh yeah, we really don't need as much room as they're giving us. Which, I mean, yeah, it's nice to have a little bit of room to work on with wiring and stuff, but I reckon we got some options. We got some options here, okay? In fact, I've got an option brewing in my brain right now, which is going to involve a little reconstructive work, but I'm not too killed here. So, okay. What I'm thinking is, instead of having this like smooth down and be all great and stuff, because we have this guy back here that we already talked about is a bit taller than this. So, what I'm thinking is, because we shaved this down so that it would be all nice and level and stuff, but what we probably should have done is embrace the layer up here and raise it up a little bit. So we can raise it up to where this level here meets up where this level is going to be. So like, we put it up here like that, raise it up a little bit, blend this guy in that way, and then have this this guy here kind of favor this. We can have this kind of raise up a little bit to this point, and then kind of come over and box in, and it'll just be kind of a raised platform in the middle. Okay. Which I kind of like the idea of having this tuck in real nice, but I also, I'm still convinced to myself that it'll be weird having a large box area up here, and then it just magically turns into these kind of louver slots. So, I don't know, I'm kind of, like I said, kind of torn. Because again, the piece itself tapers down this way and down this way, so it's really kind of a really bad at doing its job unless you just take it as it is this way and just like smooth off these holes and just scab it on there. That way you're pretty, you know, pretty solid. Just trim it up, stick it on there, boomity boom, good to go. Try to get too clever and creative, and you create problems for yourself. So, actually, that is a really nice level for that. Because like I said, we could take this, trim it, well, if I wasn't using my straight edge for propping things up, use this guy. Follow this line here, actually. Well, to do that, we need to pull this line up a little bit, which I'm not opposed to. I do think we can trim some more of this off here, raise it up a little bit, and then just kind of have it all tie in together however we need to. That way we can follow this line here, and we probably could have just kept this bottom section where it breaks off, and just trimmed this off and had it all tied together, and blended it in more like that. Which needlessly makes this more complicated than it needed to be, which is not too surprising, but is also unfortunate in its own right. So, while I still maintain that this is a really cool option for motor cover, it actually won't work very good for motor cover, but is more of an introduction to a motor cover, or at least a cool piece of one. So, we got that going for us. And like I said, I reckon if we wanted to, put this in like that. Yeah, we're still not running into issues with clearance from this on the motors. So we could even trim that off all the way and follow this line back. We're still gonna have to do some sculpting and building and stuff like that. Can I put it at an angle so the top is recessed and the base hangs out, but enough to cover the hole? I think it'd look a bit weird because the holes are getting smaller as they come down. Like, I don't know if it shows on. See how close do I have to get? Trying to wait for the stream. Yeah, you can kind of see that. So I think if you had it at an angle, it would look a little bit weird, unless I don't know. I mm, yeah, I think that'd be a bit odd. I think you'd have a hard time explaining that in the area leading up. J Rowe, always a pleasure to see your streaming, Mr. Nathan. Got to do some adulting, pesty work and work whatnot. Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you very much for stopping by, and good luck with your adulting. Hmm. Very torn, very torn. And again, this yellow piece here actually flows back quite a ways. You really can't tell in that, but the whole thing kind of tapered towards the back a ways, and so I think we could even, if we needed to. Well, shoot, that's there. That's there. This is going to involve a little bit more material removal than would be ideal. Just can't shake the feeling that I need to add to raise this up a little bit, which is going to change the relationship of a lot of things. Okay, what I'm considering is raising this up a little higher, just to not only make it easier to terminate the bottom end here and tie it in, but also I'm thinking if I come just right to the, because I had it cut off right at the actual break in the body here, but that put it down a little bit too low. So I trimmed it up a little bit to where it's fitting better, but it's going to be hard to mimic that and get it just right on the other side. So I'm thinking if I come and trim it off just right at the bottom of the modulus letters, that gives us a good, nice, consistent line all the way across that we can trim up to and fit it to where it's going to be even on both sides. And that should put it up enough, because I'm kind of basing off of this main point here where the tip of this scoop thing kind of tapers up here, and then a line coming back parallel to the body lines here. So that's kind of what we're eyeballing off of. So that puts it right about there, which gives us enough room on the bottom to break this and terminate it fairly naturally looking. Humanoid cats are taking over the chat. Send in the auxiliary. The ox has no jurisdiction here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and trim this up to the bottom of the letters, just for the sake of consistency, and we'll go from there. Ed, bad pun. I know you're a moderator, but can you please put yourself in timeout for a few minutes for that one? Thank you. And that's 3 minutes American. I don't know what how you measure things over on your side of town. Okay. Need to find a spacer. Spacer, shim, something like that. Oh. To the parts bin. Yeah, sure. Okay, I've got some mastodon here that I think I can trim back and use for just. Yeah, it looks to be all the same. Yeah, use for a shim just to kind of space this out a little bit. Oh, Ed, is this some kind of moderator mutiny now? Do I need to call in Homely to help wrangle you? 10 fire, Ravemolisher. Wouldn't it be a Ravisher? Isn't that cut to the quick a little better? Or is that too practical? 10 fire. Ravenmolisher is a good combination, though. I got really close to building one, but it was what was the guy's name? One of the Australians, Ben's Mods. Um, he did the I think he yeah he's the same guy that did the modding for dummies videos for a while. Um, one of the several Australian talents that seems to have disappeared from the hobby, unfortunately. But yeah, he made one that was, I believe that was the one that was Elite Blue. It was repainted in a Elite color scheme and looked really, 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 really good. Maybe that wasn't. He did make one though. I'm pretty darn sure, and it looked really, really good. All right. Hey, Cyber Warrior. I was actually free to watch the stream for once. Well, welcome aboard. I'm glad Glad you stopped in. I was actually considering wrapping things up, but uh, if you're enthusiastic about watching, then I will continue to go. And thank you very much for $5. Is there anything in particular you would like to see that $5 go to? I do try to make it a point. I've set it a time or two, but probably not often enough. If you're donating directly to the channel, which is me, and you have something particular in mind that you would like to see that go to, let me know. If you just want to, feed the fire and just say, hey, here's some money to buy cool things or whatever, that's totally cool. But if you're like, hey, here's this much money to go towards a particular project or a particular idea or a product or whatever, let me know and I'll try to make that a reality. It's my respect to you and your investment in me as a person, as an entity, I guess, to make sure that you get the bang for the buck that you deserve and would like. Whatever I find fancy. Okie dokie, Mr. Cybern. I do have something in mind, in fact. Need to go. Phone is dying. All right, David James, thanks for stopping in. I am just cocky enough. Here, I have a little bit of DevCon that's extra. I'm going to just kind of tack some of this in place. Like I said, I'm just cocky enough that I think this is going to work. And I won't have to reposition and redo the glue thing. So we're just going to tack it in a few spots using this because I don't want it to go to waste. We're going to hope to Hannah that that this is actually where it's going to fit and fit good. Yeah, not really enough to do anything anymore. Darn. Basically, that's suggesting that the stock and grip portion is close enough in its fitment to start being bonded permanent-like, which is always exciting. And the fact that that's curing so quick also means that this is almost done curing, which that's going to go for that piece there. So we can start fitting this again, and since it's a little taller, start getting that fitted and get a plan made. Matt Vanostrand, thanks for stopping in. Looking good, thank you very much. Okay, still a bit tacky. I left this a bit long out front, and then I'll take the Dremel and just kind of work it back and recreate this line, but it'll be a bit taller. We can drop that back into place and start looking at fitting it better, but I just wanted to bump it up a little bit taller to improve the relationship between this panel here and everything overall. While we're talking, I think I'm just going to go ahead and shave these two little bumps down, since we're going to be trying to tie this level here in with the rest of the motor cover area. So just to get them out of the way so they're not going to cause a problem for us later. You know what? Just for the heck of it, I'm going to catch up this side since they are symmetrical. I'm going to catch up this panel with this one, so at least I can get this part glued on there for when we get to that point. Just to kind of catch up this side a little bit, so we don't have to start from scratch. Is it logical? No, but that's what we're going to do. And stores are closed by the time I got there. Ah, jeez. Sorry, Alice. Hate that when you drive all the way into town to find out that what you're after is either not there or unavailable or, yeah. I'm sorry. But you're still more than welcome to hang out here. Okay, so let me just make sure this is all nice and flat. Here should be all good. So that raises that up a little bit to where it's significantly taller than the modulus thing. Okay, so it's significantly taller than it needs to be, right there. Although this does put this in a lot better position down here, where we can trim it and kind of follow this contour where it was before. I can even bring this down a little bit even, which I think would be okay. That leaves a gap, but it's a gap that we'd be filling with something anyway to change the angle on stuff. Darn. It looks completely different from when I left. I'm not sure if you're being facetious or not, because I can't remember. I'm not exactly aware of the point when you left. Seems like a decent compromise because it basically puts the layer of like where the modulus thing is, that surface is almost where the surface of the inlet of the little scoops are here, which is kind of cool. That gives it a bit of continuity of the shell, so that technically once it's all blended in, it kind of looks intentional. Looks like they're maybe just a tiny bit lower, which I am perfectly okay with, actually. that is there. I'm going to trim just a little bit more off the bottom. I actually think I'm about tickled enough with this that I'm almost cocky enough to tack it down, glue it down even with DevCon. So it's in place, we know where it is and where we're happy with it, and then we can build the rest of this area as we need to. Being genuine. Okay, and I kind of suspected Alice, but I mean, on it, I never know with you, so it's I was assuming the best, but also prepared for you just being still a bit angry about your wasted trip and it being just a tad facetious because you've been known to be that way. Also, Alice, that was not intended to be a dig. That was we're at a point in our relationship where we can talk like that to each other without being offensive. I was just actually like, I mean, because I could totally see you saying that, just being like nicely mean, like in a nice way, but you're just kind of like heckling or whatever. And so, whereas if we're not on the terms that we're on currently, you could say something like that and just be a total jerk. So I'm just saying that I was just clarifying, not being like, "Hey, are you being mean to me? Don't be mean to me." Okay, so that's kind of there. Wait, that was dig. Dang it! Stream delay has thrown me off, so I'm not sure if like what. Are we cool, Alice? Are we cool? We cool? You dig my thing? We're all square. I'm not knocking you. We're just hanging out, having a good old time. Okay, now you're just giving me guff, but before you weren't. And then you seemed appalled that I would think that you're giving me guff, and now you're giving me guff. So further proving my point. And reemphasizing exactly why I had to double check it first. Okay, this was totally not recommended practice here. Generally, for doing DevCon stuff like that, I like to have the parts hot glued into place because you can, you have time to put the hot glue on there, get things positioned just right, be able to remove it easily and replace if necessary to reposition. But where this was a spot where I needed a lot of the gluing surface together, two surfaces gluing, sandwich basically. I had to just gush it in there, and I'm trying to hold it in place without moving it while the DevCon sets up, which isn't super duper ideal, and I'd like to not have to do it again. But that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. So that's we're trying to work with the hand we've been dealt, but whatever. Okay. Next tricky part is trying to take this surface here, all this flatness, and carry it back somewhat orderly back to this point over, tie it into this guy here, without totally looking like we tried to add something and then splice it into an existing area. So we do need to trim this off here once it's settled. Just take this line, carry it the rest of the way up, then find a filler panel to basically create this surface here all the way across, like we probably should have just left in the first place, which we'll probably do. We don't need to worry about it on this side because we don't have that bump at all, which may or may not further complicate things anyway. Since we don't have this bump over here, so let's see, we don't have this, so whatever we end up doing to tie this surface to here and everything else, we need to kind of replicate over here, which is going to shake things up a little bit. What is the point of the gills again? Because cool, and basically I wanted to do something to fill in this area here where the side rails used to be, but since I took them off for a different project, I wanted to have something that kind of used up this area that wasn't just adding another rail. Also, I saw the gill things, or the little vent things, thought it'd be cool to add them as a motor cover. Since this already has a bit of a fishy theme, I thought that was kind of a cute addition, so kind of like killing three birds with one stone, kind of, more or less. And yeah, fish motif. It's not like it's going to be painted up like a fish. Like I'm not like, hey, I'm going to make this thing it's a fish. But I'm just kind of like, going for kind of that the style or aesthetic. I'm in my brain, I'm seeing this more as a kind of sci-fi theme or whatever for something that's just kind of got some characteristics of an aggressive fish profile, So it's kind of more of a playing off of the theme instead of like, I'm not gonna be like gluing fins to it or have like scales. It's not like Nerfenstein made those two Rebel fish blasters. Oh, geez, years ago, 5-6 years ago or more. At this point, whenever it was, that were like actually like painted up to look like fish. That's not what I'm going for here. I'm just taking kind of a theme of an aggressive profile, but it's going to, like, my brain is picturing more of a kind of a sci-fi theme, paint job and whatnot. Aesthetic then, not functional, like put bigger motors in now. Not really. That was the original plan, but the section isn't tall enough to accommodate motors. Like you could use it as a piece to accompany an area made bigger for motors, but you can't just like, oh, big motors, there they are. Especially since this area here is going to be the same level of the stock motor cover area anyway. So yeah, no yeah, no real benefits except for looks cool, which is kind of a benefit in itself, and is a little more my style anyway. So, yeah, practical application outside of what's going on right here, yeah, none. So how are we looking here as far as? We're just gonna do a quickie mock-up thing. I think that works. I think that'll work out just fine. Like I said, need to figure out some way of tying this in the rest of the way without looking like we're trying to make it work, which means we might have to maintain this slight curve here, but since it meets up right here, we might just have to build it. And this might be like one of those where we kind of build a cover plate and then have to putty it and just kind of sculpt it to match, since it's going to be a bit of a curve, kind of a two axis compound curve. Curves this way a little bit as well. Whereas this here, I'm wanting to keep this line straight, so it's at least a straight line here, and then can curve down a little bit. Whereas everything else is kind of boxy and stuff. I think we can get away with just a slight curve if we kind of have some sharp edges to it with just a bit of a bow in it. So okay, but you know what? I think right now, I want to let's get the stock back in here. I think what we're going to do right now is check and see, because this was more of a curiosity thing that was driving me nuts, needing to see if this was actually going to work in the first place. So naturally, I'm going to change gears in the middle of things. I'm going to pop over here. I want to see if this if the stock is straight and everything lines up nice and looks good. I think we're going to go ahead and go hardcore DevCon for permanent type on here on the stock, just so we can get some DevCon talk in here, and also so that I don't have to be so paranoid about knocking things loose while we're here working on stuff. Kind of like what happened up here. Changing gears, short shift, or bringing through the limiter. Well, considering we aren't quite up to speed on the motor cover thing, I would call this a missed shift, more or less. Yes, more of a, yeah. So we'll just kind of eyeball the seam up the back. Looks pretty okay. Okay, the actual front grip part here is a little off, and so it's throwing me off. I think the grip addition, or the main heel, is good. It's just this little bit up front is not looking good. So we'll remove that, and if the back end looks good, we'll go ahead and start DevConning that in place. that's pretty good. Went just a bit overboard with hot glue in an effort to keep it uh, in place. So I might be better off opening it up, putting the DevCon in, and then closing it back up just to make sure that nothing moves around it or anything. When usually I like to add it to the outside. So open it up, make a nice big batch, and go from there. Kind of want to scope on this. Can I put one on? I cannot because I cut the rails off. However, I eyeballed putting a rail back on, but I kind of like the idea of integrating something in, and I'm not thinking a scope so much as like more of a reflex type kind of thing. Kind of those little box deals that you look through. So I might look more into that. But like I said, I'm thinking I'm leaning more towards an integrated thing, just so it's more seamless and stuff like that. Because I didn't really like the look of any of the Nerf scopes that I put on. So. What is up, Gunslinger? What is up? I like the flat top look. Does lend itself to carbine, maybe iron sights of some sort of low scope. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm leaning more towards. Doing the little reflex type thing, or maybe seeing what it looks like with the little. I don't want to put the loop from the Alpha Hawk on the front because that looks really hokey and weird. But I might trim it off and just use the little single point up there, and then maybe add something to the back. But I do like the idea of the little box type thing. Stacking something on top of a rail gets too tall. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Because once you put it looked okay with the rail, but it did look like it needed something. But as soon as you put a scope on there, then you're way up, and it just kind of threw off the aggressive lines that I'm going for here. Sorry, I just had some stringing on the back of the from the hot glue, and I wanted to make sure I got some of that out of the way before I tried to DevCon over it and end up trapping little strings and nasties of hot glue in there. Okay. Just looking at this big gap we have between the two shells, just one being the nature of having to cut out these weird little panel things from the Alvahawk part, and the just stupid design of the modulus grip. I'm thinking about to break down, do little putty type stuff to kind of fill in this gap. It could be, we could do DevCon, but I think that might actually be more of a hassle than it's really worth. Also, just the disparity in the size here. There's this rib here that's a little bit, it's like the same height as this. And so we'd end up with like kind of a triangle shaped low spot and then a rib here. So I'm almost wondering if you'd be better off grinding this down and then making this whole piece through here all one, I wonder, might be better served grinding this ridge down to the same level here and then building a filler panel altogether that's just this shape here. And then it's just a one-shot deal. There's no weird putting and weird crap like that. So I'm going to kind of lean towards that, I believe. But we'll let this DevCon cure. Just a few more minutes, I think. And then we'll peel the glue off, pack some more in there on the outside. Let that cure, flip it back over, pick anything else out of the inside, and then probably have to get a new tube by then. And, then this thing will be solid in place. Then once the stock is all, the stock and grip and all that's all done, then we'll go up here, look at, I think this piece is pretty well situated where it needs to be. I think we could probably even, once the stock's done and everything, then come up here, re-eyeball this. If this is still looking good, then I think we might go ahead and bond this in place as well. Then we can focus all of our attention on reinforcing the top jaw. Probably do a little research now into the carbon fiber deal Alice was talking about. Thank you very much again, Alice, if you're still floating around out there. Even if you're not, thank you still. Okay, those of you who watch the clock, how long have we been active here? Way too long, I'm afraid. Uh, 16 hours. Yeah, that seems about right. In fact, I should probably go eat something, so. 3.5 hours. Good heavens. I am really sorry, everybody in the world. I apologize for those of you who have stuck through a majority of it. It hasn't exactly been a super exciting stream. We did learn a few cool things about making motor covers out of the secret shot, secret strike, secret whatever it was. Okay, I think the DevCon's cured enough. Yep, I think we're good. Always interesting to watch it process. Yeah, I just apologize. The process started with scrapping 2 ion fires after frustrating the crap out of myself with them. What am I spraying? This is just a little spray bottle thing that I filled with just rubbing alcohol, and it just helps break the bond on the hot glue. You spray it on there, let it sit for a minute, sometimes kind of work it around a little bit, and where, generally you can break hot glue loose, break the bond, you can, pop it a little bit and it'll come loose. But with this, with the rubbing alcohol, it doesn't like attack the glue itself. It just basically gets underneath the bond between the glue and the plastic. You can just kind of wiggle and it'll just come right on up. So whatever happened to the Double Strike minigration I never finished? I guess that depends. Are you talking about this one, or you talking about this one? Either way, I reckon that answers your question. After 11 in the UK, going to call it a night. Later. Well, thank you very much, Cynical Steve, for stopping in, having a nice little chat with everybody. And we'll see you next time. Planning to stream at some point today. I forgot what you were going to stream. Oh shoot! Well, hey, if you want to stream, then since a lot of the people that would be joining your stream are currently hanging out here, um, if you want to stream, I will totally shut this sucker down and let you have at it for a while. Because chances are most everybody here needs a change of scenery anyway. And Ed needs to sleep. Sorry, Ed. All right, Alice, so be it. In the meantime, you're totally welcome to hang out for a little bit. Like I said, probably going to DevCon the crap out of this little area here through the grip, and then call it a night, because Krager Dog probably wants to go out and play in the yard because he's been sitting there in the chair like all day. So. All right. aside from just the sheer amount of time that I've taken up from everybody today, also my phone's been buzzing like crazy over the course of the stream, and I'm not sure how long my battery lasts. I believe last stream it was down to 30% by the end, and that was a much shorter stream. So if things don't just magically drop off here in a little bit, then I'd be surprised. But if we make it through all the dev conning process, then yeah, we'll be shutting it down here pretty quick. Tried to do my first shell work last weekend. It failed horribly. Yeah, it has a habit of doing that, and it's definitely not something you can just read a book on and go out and do. It is kind of a acquired thing. It takes a little bit of uh, trial and error on just learning how plastic works as far as how it behaves once you start trying to stick it to other pieces, and especially not just the actual fitting, but also when you start getting into integrating it, the actual integrating itself, depending on the material you're using and stuff like that. It's definitely a learned thing that you're just gonna have to experience it. So yeah, if it failed horribly, it's probably gonna go a little better next time, and it might still fail horribly, but maybe less horribly. So like I've said on many occasions, just start small and just take every experience and every failure as something to learn, and just make sure you do the next thing better every time. Scott Brown, welcome aboard. Looking very nice. Thank you very much. Just got some DevCon curing right now, and honestly, once it's cured, I might do well. We'll see how it is. I'll once it cures, I'll open it up, and I might do a little bit more on the inside. But beyond that, that's we're pretty much gonna bag it for the night after this. It's well, gonna be approaching 4 hours here in a little bit apparently, so that's a bit unrealistic as far as streams go, in my opinion, or at least for streams of rather boring content like this. So I'm just eyeballing the. We're a little crooked, so yeah, I'll need to reset that a little bit before we get crazy at it. But that'll be an entirely different time. Like I said, I'm going to focus on getting the back. It's all solid, good to go before we move it to the front, which is what I should have done in the first place instead of just getting things cutted and mocked up and then moving to the front. So I'll probably contradict myself at some point later on and do things that I said I wasn't going to do, but whatever. Working on a blaster integration I call 601 half a dozen with the other. Interesting. I assume there are 6 blasters involved, or a blaster that fires 6 shots, or something like that. Nightwing Nerf, gotta go. See you later, everyone. Have to make dinner tonight. Lol. Okay, well, hey, thanks for sticking it out. You've been around for quite a while, as I recall. Thanks for hanging out. Had a nice chat with everybody, and have a wonderful night. And enjoy your dinner. You too, Nathan. Does that mean you're off? Are you heading out, Alice? I've got to be unconscious for a few hours. All right, gang. Oh, oh, I'm not leaving. Sorry, Alice. No, I'm not leaving quite yet. That was just saying goodnight to Nightwing Nerf, who was on his way out. Uh, but I guess I can totally see how you thought, since I was kind of wrapping things up and planning ahead for, or getting a plan of attack for tomorrow, which just kind of cascaded into a departure of a viewer. So I apologize for that, for unintentionally jumping the gun. 3 of the same blasters and a stock. I'll show you ASAP. All right. I won't be able to see it ASAP because my phone is precariously perched over my head and is my source of uh, news and social crap and stuff. So once the stream's over, I'll give it a nice little eyeball for you. Okay. Still just a bit soft. I might also borrow your eyeballs for something, Nathan. Ah, my eyeballs are always at your disposal, Alice. Progress is always a lot quicker during the summer because the DevCon cures up a lot quicker. I mean, it's almost hard to get it all applied before it starts to cure. So when it's cold, it's a little more frustrating. So you gotta just sit it on there and then just wait it out. Just gonna do a little eyeballing here on my own while we're waiting. Something that's just exactly the right height. Still not that. All right. Yep, I did cut off way too much of that barrel from last time, whenever it was. Yep, reckon what I should have done is just trim back a little bit of that. Actually, I probably could have gotten away with just trimming down the sides, since I do have to have it spaced down just a little bit. So, there again, that was me jumping the gun, making cuts too quick, getting too excited about things. Could have saved myself a lot of heartache if I just held back a little bit and analyzed the top jaw area first before I made the cut. So, for people who think I know what I'm doing, I don't. I'm just still stumbling along in the darkness like everybody else. Although looking, I reckon I probably could just use this piece here that I cut off as a spacer, stick it on back there further, and then use Alice's suggestion of carbon fiber rod and run at the length, and having this space down the same would be the same as having it, you know, if it was layered in where it was kind of supposed to be, you know. So we're not beat quite yet. Getting close here. A little soft in a few spots, in some of the thicker areas. Now, just to make sure I didn't have enough DevCon oozing out in a few spots that glued the shells together, the shell halves rather. So that would be a bummer and cause unpleasant delays. Okay. I can pluck some of the glue from the back side here and replace it with DevCon. I reckon we probably ought to DevCon the gray pieces of the modulus grip in place as well, since we're integrating the Alpha Hawk part to the main body and also to the grip. We might as well put on the grips to the body as well, just so there's not that separation potential and things able to wiggle when we don't want them to wiggle. That's a very long buzz. That's a phone call. Somebody's calling.
I see you calling.
Huh. Sorry. TV Dreadnought. Glad to see you're still streaming. Has it worked when you started? Yes, gonna be streaming for just a few minutes more. We are trying to kind of close up shop though. But thanks for stopping by. I hope you had a good time at work, or at least as good as can be expected, given the circumstances.
Uh-oh.
That's my wife calling. Seems like everybody's calling now. I mentioned to her earlier that I was going to be streaming, and so that if I didn't answer, that she could just pop into stream. But she probably assumed that since it's been like 12 hours since I started streaming, that I should be done streaming by now, but I'm not. So there's that. There we go. Okay. I think all the hot glue is gone, so we'll do one more batch. Get some more contact in here on the inside. And then call it a night. Because my behind's starting to hurt because I've been parked on it too long. By the lower jaw, it looks like a sentinel. Interesting. You're talking like the Busby Sentinel, or are you talking like a some kind of reference to something that I don't know what you're talking about? Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the yeah. It's kind of too bad what happened to those. They were really kind of a nice little blaster, but yeah, boy, that I don't know who the heck they're designed for, but people without hands maybe, or with weird hands, or it's a shame what happens to Busby anyway. You know, who designs the grips where nobody can use them? I mean, they're not even like kid friendly either. Because man, Busby could have done so good if they'd like I don't know, designed the grip. I mean, the grip is the thing you hang on to all the time with a blaster, so it's not like you can really work around that exactly without just actually cutting the thing off. And so it's just they missed the boat on so many opportunities just because of the grip thing. But yet it's something that they always suffer from, especially with their rifley type things. You know, the Sentinel and then basically anything bolt action. It just seems weird that they have such a issue with that. Okay, DevCon is applied. Just gonna run some screws in to keep everybody aligned nice. We're gonna put this to bed. Overrated. Getting past 100 is next to impossible, and everyone who's told me otherwise has broken theirs in front of me trying. I think they were good, especially for because they're hitting like what upwards of 90-ish FPS right out of the box, and I think that's mainly where their strength was in the fact that you could get them out of the box and they were punching pretty hard. And they're just simple. Like a lot of Busby's other blasters built on the same platform, like the Reaper, had its issues, but it's just a nice, solid little blaster that doesn't have any unnecessary locks and crap like that. It just kind of works and does its thing and leaves everybody alone. It's like Busby creates blasters that would be great neighbors. You know, they just do their thing and leave you alone, and they just work and don't hurt anybody's feelings. They're just kind of there. And they do their thing. So anyway, well, there it is. We'll put this like that, and this like that, that like that, and then have a nice little picture to end on. There, that goes like that, something. Well, thanks everybody. We got 15 left. Not a bad crowd still. I think we had upwards of 21, 22 for a while anyway. A bit longer than I would have anticipated, but since it was kind of technically two projects, we started off working on a couple iron fires and that bow thing that's white, and then got into this project and had some weird issues with fitting this thing. But I'm pretty happy with where this is headed overall. Um, Still a lot of work, still have to fill in this whole area here and make it work, but I think this is going to be a cool addition that's really going to make it look less like a modulus, which is really the main goal. Is to, I mean, we've added front and back, but really unchanged anything in the middle. So I think adding this a little bit and having to reshape this whole area here, and of course removing the rails and whatever we add up top, scope, sight wise, optic wise, I think it's really going to kind of distract from the whole modulus part of things. So I'm pretty happy with that overall. Really happy with how this project is going on anyway. But I appreciate you guys taking your time out of your day, especially those of you who stuck around for a majority of the time. But yeah, just stopping by, and we had a couple instances of some nice chat within the chat, which is always cool to see. People not just watching and commenting, but people helping each other out with projects, and people just having a general good-natured chat overall. I don't think we had any issues with misbehavior, which is always cool. I appreciate you all for doing what you're doing, and probably going to be another week or so before we get to this again. I'm going to again try to not do any work to the blaster itself. I might do some ideas or whatever, but I'm not going to try to do as much of this on stream as possible, like I said. So I'm going to have to hold myself back as much as possible. But thank you very much, and hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your evening, and stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time. There we go.